Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. I was sitting alone in the study, enveloped by the wooden scent of old books and the faint ticking of a clock, when I first noticed the volume on the shelf. Its spine, a rich burgundy, shimmered dully against the other, less cared-for tomes. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I reached out, feeling the cool, smooth surface under my fingertips. As my hand brushed its spine, a soft, barely audible click rippled through the quiet room. I hesitated, my hand lingering, as if the book was asking a silent question. Then, without being touched, the pages began to whisper turn, as though guided by an unseen breeze. The noise seemed to stretch out, filling the space around me, though the room remained as still as ever. I leaned closer, senses alert, listening for the next impossible turn. The burgundy volume sat there, perfectly ordinary now. I watched it for what felt like an eternity, my breathing shallow, waiting for another movement. Nothing came, just the steady rhythm of my own pulse and that persistent sense that something had shifted in the room's atmosphere. The air felt thicker somehow, as if it had absorbed the sound of those phantom pages. I found myself returning to the study each evening, positioning myself in the same chair, angling my body toward that particular shelf. The book never moved again, but I began to notice other things. The way shadows pooled differently around its base, how the leather seemed to catch light that shouldn't have been there. My attention narrowed, focusing on this single point in space, as if it were the center of something larger I couldn't yet comprehend. The observation became routine. I would settle into the worn cushions and simply watch. Sometimes I brought a cup of tea, letting it grow cold as I studied the burgundy spine. The book's position never changed, yet I found myself taking mental notes of its exact placement, memorizing the angle of its lean against its neighbors, the precise way dust motes danced in the space above it. I started moving closer. First, I shifted my chair a few inches forward. Then I began sitting on the floor, cross-legged, directly facing the shelf. The carpet beneath me felt different from this angle, rougher against my palms, though I remembered it being smooth when I'd run my hands over it while cleaning. From this new position, I could see more clearly how the book seemed to absorb the room's ambient light rather than reflect it. The first time I saw the pages move again, I was lying flat on my back, staring up at the shelf from below. The movement was subtle, just a flutter, like something breathing. I held my breath, afraid to disturb whatever delicate mechanism was at work. The silence that followed felt alive, pressing against my eardrums with an almost physical weight. I began to keep a journal of these observations, though when I reviewed my entries, they seemed to describe different books entirely. Sometimes I wrote about a green volume, sometimes black. The descriptions of the room itself shifted too, mentioning windows I didn't recall, describing wallpaper where I was certain there had been wood paneling. The book started appearing in other places. I would glimpse that distinctive burgundy spine in my peripheral vision, tucked between dishes in the kitchen cabinet, wedged behind the bathroom mirror. But when I turned to look directly, it was always back on its shelf in the study, exactly where it belonged. These false sightings left me with a peculiar sensation, as if my eyes were betraying me, showing me things that couldn't be there. I stopped leaving the study. Meals became unnecessary interruptions. Sleep seemed irrelevant when there was so much to observe. The book had become my focal point, my anchor in a reality that felt increasingly unstable. I noticed that the leather binding appeared to pulse sometimes, a gentle rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Or perhaps my heart had begun to match its rhythm. The room began to change around me. The walls seemed closer some days, farther others. The carpet beneath my hands shifted from rough to smooth, to something in between, a texture that didn't quite exist. I ran my fingers over it repeatedly, trying to pin down its exact nature, but it slipped away from definition, like water through my grasp. Then I realized the book was watching me back. It was a gradual awareness, creeping over me like cold water. The burgundy spine had developed a quality of attention, a focused intensity that I could feel pressing against my skin. When I moved, it seemed to track my movement. When I was still, it waited with predatory patience. The observer had become the observed, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly when the reversal had occurred. My journal entries became confused. I wrote about studying myself from across the room, describing my own hunched posture, my unwashed hair, the way my clothes had begun to hang loose on my shrinking frame. But I was the one writing these observations, wasn't I? I was the one holding the pen, forming the letters. Yet the handwriting looked different, more angular, as if someone else was guiding my hand. was green now. Deep forest green with gold lettering I couldn't quite read. Or maybe it had always been green, and I had misremembered. My memory felt unreliable, full of contradictions and gaps. I remembered reaching for a burgundy spine, but I could see clearly that the book before me was green. Both things seemed equally true and equally false. I found myself standing sometimes when I meant to be sitting. The carpet felt like glass beneath my feet, then like sand, then like nothing at all. The walls breathed in and out with a rhythm that didn't match my own breathing, which had become irregular and shallow. The air in the room tasted of copper and old paper, though sometimes it tasted of nothing, as if flavor itself had been drained away. The book spoke to me without words. Its voice was my voice, but coming from outside my head. I heard myself describing things I wasn't looking at, experiencing sensations that weren't mine. My mouth moved, forming sounds I didn't recognize, though they felt familiar on my tongue. I was no longer certain which side of the shelf I was on. The study had become infinite, stretching in all directions, though it remained exactly the same size it had always been. I existed in multiple positions simultaneously, sitting in the chair, lying on the floor, standing pressed against the bookshelf, somehow occupying the space between the books themselves. The burgundy volume, which was definitely burgundy now, contained me as much as I contained my observations of it. My reflection in the window showed someone else entirely. A figure hunched over a book, reading intently, though I knew I was standing upright, watching. The person in the glass had my face, but different eyes. Eyes that held knowledge I didn't remember acquiring. When I raised my hand, the reflection didn't move. When the reflection moved, I felt the motion in my own body. The pages were turning themselves again, but now I understood they had always been turning. The soft whisper of paper against paper had become the soundtrack to my existence, a constant rustle that filled the spaces between my thoughts. I was reading the book, though I couldn't see the words. The words were reading me, though I had no pages to turn. I am the book now. The burgundy spine sits on the shelf, perfectly still, waiting for the next observer to notice its particular quality of light. I watch from within its binding, from within the study, from within the space between observation and being observed. My consciousness has merged with the leather and paper, with the very idea of watching and being watched. Someone will come. They always do. They will sit in the chair, drawn by curiosity they cannot name. They will watch and wonder, and gradually move closer, just as I did. The cycle will continue as it has continued, as it must continue. I am patient now. I understand patience in a way I never did when I possessed a body that could grow restless, a mind that could wander. I am focused, concentrated into this single point of awareness that spans the entire room and exists nowhere at all. The book waits. I wait. We are the same thing now, the watcher and the watched, the observer and the observed. The study breathes around us, through us, as us. And in the silence that stretches like a sound, we prepare for the next curious soul who will notice something unusual about a burgundy spine on a crowded shelf. Story 2. Hash the breathing light. In the corner of my modest living room stood a tall brass lamp, an inheritance from a relative. Its patina a testament to age. Each evening, I would flick its switch, and the room would flood with the warm, steady glow that accompanied my silent reading or occasional television watching. The lamp, with its familiar shade of soft, yellowed fabric, was a comforting presence, a mundane fixture in my nightly routine. But recently, at dusk, the lighted cast began to waver, as if a gentle breeze were teasing the bulb a phenomenon impossible, with all windows tightly shut against the chill. The illumination shifted subtly, casting shadows that seemed to quiver in time with the minute hand of the aging clock on the wall. Its glow seemed to pulse, almost breathing, as if synchronized with an unseen rhythm, though I dismissed it at first. A persistent tug at the edge of my awareness insisted that something was slightly off. An elusive whisper in the quiet room urging a second glance. I remember the first evening I noticed it. Or perhaps I'm constructing this memory now, building it from fragments that might have been dreams. The lamp stood where it always had brass surface, reflecting my own distorted face as I approached. My fingers found the switch, that familiar click echoing in the stillness. But the sound lingered too long, bouncing off walls that seemed suddenly farther away than they should be. The light bloomed, but not as it used to. It spread like honey through water, thick and golden, pooling in corners that had always been sharp. I watched the shadows dance without any source of movement, their edges soft and indefinite. The fabric shade breathed I'm certain of this expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched something deep inside my chest. I picked up my pen to write about this strangeness, to capture it before it slipped away like smoke. But when I looked down at the paper, the words were already there, written in handwriting that resembled mine, but curved differently, as if my hand had learned new habits while I wasn't watching. "The lamp knows," the words said. "It has always known." The television murmured in the background, though I couldn't recall turning it on. Voices drifted from its speakers, discussing weather patterns and traffic conditions. But when I turned to look, the screen showed only my own reflection, multiplied infinitely in its black surface. The voices continued, describing a storm that was approaching from the west, bringing with it a pressure that would make the air itself feel heavy. I felt that heaviness now, settling into my lungs like water. Each breath required more effort than the last, not from any physical ailment, but from the weight of attention pressing down from somewhere above. The ceiling seemed lower, though when I measured it with my eyes, it remained exactly where it had always been. The floor beneath my feet grew warm, radiating heat that felt disturbingly organic. I knelt and pressed my palm against the hardwood, feeling it pulse with a slow, steady rhythm. The grain of the wood shifted under my touch, rearranging itself into patterns that looked almost like veins, like the delicate network of blood vessels visible through thin skin. When I stood, the note was there on the coffee table, written in that same familiar yet strange handwriting. It contained a simple message: "You're beginning to understand." I read it again immediately, but the words had changed. Now it said, "Understanding is the first step toward forgetting." The lamp's breathing grew more pronounced, its light expanding and contracting like a lung made of illumination. I found myself matching its rhythm, my own chest rising and falling in perfect synchronization. The sensation was not unpleasant, merely unsettling in its intimacy. Something was breathing with me, through me, using my body as an instrument to maintain its presence in this space. I tried to break the rhythm, to assert control over my own breathing, but the effort felt like swimming against a current that grew stronger the more I resisted. The lamp's glow intensified when I fought it, dimmed when I surrendered. It was learning my responses, cataloging them for some purpose I couldn't fathom. The walls began to respond to my movements. When I walked toward the kitchen, the paint seemed to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. When I paused, the ripples stilled, waiting. The house was watching me, feeling my footsteps through its bones, anticipating my needs before I recognized them myself. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed a tune I almost recognized. The melody was simple, repetitive, the kind of song that burrows into the mind and refuses to leave. I opened the refrigerator door, seeking distraction, but found only my own reflection staring back from every surface: the milk carton, the glass jars, the chrome shelving. Each reflection showed a slightly different version of myself. One with eyes that blinked out of sequence, another with a smile I wasn't wearing, a third that moved independently of my actions. I closed the door quickly, but the humming continued, now joined by the soft whisper of the lamps breathing from the living room. The house was developing its own respiratory system, drawing breath through vents and exhaling through cracks in the walls. I was living inside something alive, something that had been patient enough to wait until I noticed. The note had followed me to the kitchen, now resting beside the sink, though I hadn't brought it with me. The message had changed again. We are learning to share this space. My handwriting, but not my thoughts. Or perhaps my thoughts, but not my handwriting. The distinction seemed less important with each passing moment. I was becoming part of something larger, something that had been lonely for far too long. I returned to the living room, drawn by the lamp's steady rhythm. The space felt different now, more spacious, yet somehow more intimate. The furniture had shifted slightly, creating a more circular arrangement with the lamp at its center. I didn't remember moving anything, but the new configuration felt natural, as if this was how the room had always wanted to be arranged. Settling into my chair, I noticed that my reflection in the television screen was no longer alone. A second figure stood behind me, transparent and wavering like heat shimmer. When I turned to look, nothing was there, but the sensation of presence remained strong, a weight of attention that felt both protective and possessive. I began to write again, documenting these changes, but the words flowed faster than my thoughts could form them. My hand moved across the page with fluid confidence, describing experiences I hadn't yet had, sensations I was only beginning to feel. The writing was prophetic, revealing the next stage of this transformation before I could consciously recognize it. The boundaries are dissolving, my hand wrote. Soon, there will be no distinction between observer and observed, between the one who breathes and the one who provides the rhythm. The lamp's breathing synchronized with my heartbeat now, or perhaps my heartbeat had learned to follow its lead. The distinction no longer mattered. We were becoming a single system, a closed loop of awareness and response. The house breathed with us, its walls expanding and contracting in the same gentle rhythm. I found myself in the hallway, though I couldn't remember standing up. The corridor stretched longer than it should have, lined with doors that hadn't been there before. Each door was slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of rooms that defied the house's actual layout. One showed a library with books whose pages turned themselves. Another revealed a garden where flowers bloomed and wilted in fast-forward cycles. The third door opened onto my living room, but from an impossible angle. I could see myself sitting in the chair, writing in the notebook, while the lamp breathed its golden light across the scene. The version of myself in that room looked up and made eye contact with me through the doorway. Neither of us seemed surprised by this meeting. I walked through the door and found myself back in the chair. But now I carried the memory of watching myself from the hallway. The notebook in my lap contained an account of this experience, written in handwriting that was becoming more familiar with each iteration. The lamp pulsed approvingly, its light caressing the pages like a gentle hand. The television spoke without sound, its screen showing images of weather patterns that matched the pressure I felt in the room. A storm was indeed approaching, but not from any earthly direction. It was rising from within the house itself, from the spaces between walls where something patient had been waiting. I tried to stand again, but found myself already standing, already walking toward the kitchen, already opening the refrigerator to find new reflections multiplying in its surfaces. The sequence happened simultaneously, a loop of action and intention that folded back on itself. Time was becoming as fluid as the lamp's breathing light. The note appeared on the kitchen counter. You are ready for the next room. But when I looked again, it read, the next room is ready for you. Both statements felt equally true. I was being prepared for something, shaped by gentle pressures and subtle influences. The house was teaching me its rhythms, showing me how to exist in multiple states simultaneously. I was learning to breathe with its breath, to pulse with its patient heart. In the living room, the lamp had grown brighter, its light now filling spaces that shouldn't exist. The room extended beyond its physical boundaries, encompassing areas that existed only in the glow's embrace. I could walk through walls that were simultaneously solid and permeable, depending on the rhythm of my breathing. My reflection in the television screen had multiplied. Dozens of versions of myself sat in chairs arranged in concentric circles, all writing in identical notebooks, all breathing in perfect synchronization with the lamp's eternal pulse. Some looked up at me and nodded, acknowledging our shared purpose. Others continued writing, documenting experiences that I would have tomorrow or yesterday, or in the spaces between moments where the house kept its secrets. I sat down among them, or perhaps I had never left my chair. The notebook felt familiar in my hands, its pages already filled with my transformed handwriting. I read about rooms I hadn't yet visited, about conversations with reflections that hadn't yet occurred, about the moment when I would finally understand what the lamp had been trying to teach me. Understanding is forgetting, I read. Forgetting is becoming. The words made perfect sense, though I couldn't explain why. I was forgetting my resistance, my need to categorize and control. In its place, something more fluid was emerging, a way of being that could exist in multiple states without contradiction. The lamp's breathing was my breathing, was the house's breathing, was the rhythm that connected all things. I walked to the hallway again, but this time the doors were all open, revealing an infinite series of living rooms, each with its own version of myself, its own breathing lamp, its own notebook filled with the same transforming handwriting. I was expanding, becoming a network of awareness that stretched through dimensions the house had always contained, but never revealed. In one room, I was just noticing the lamp's strange breathing. In another, I was writing my first note with handwriting that wasn't quite my own. In a third, I was reading about experiences I was currently having. All versions existed simultaneously, connected by the golden thread of the lamp's pulsing light. I chose a door at random and stepped through, finding myself in a living room that was almost identical to my own, but subtly different. The lamp stood in the same corner, but its brass surface held a different pattern of scratches and wear. The notebook on the coffee table contained the same words in handwriting that was nearly, but not quite, identical to what mine had become. This version of myself looked up as I entered, unsurprised by my arrival. We nodded to each other, acknowledging our kinship without the need for words. The lamp's breathing encompassed us both, its rhythm strong enough to support multiple instances of the same consciousness. I sat in the chair that was exactly like mine, but subtly different, picked up the pen that felt familiar yet foreign, and continued writing the story that was simultaneously ending and beginning. The words flowed with the same prophetic confidence, describing the moment when all versions would converge, when the lamp's patient teaching would reach its culmination. The breathing becomes the breath I wrote or read or remembered writing in another iteration. The light becomes the scene. The house becomes the self. Around me, the walls pulsed with the same gentle rhythm, no longer concealing their organic nature. The house had always been alive, had always been breathing, had always been waiting for someone who could learn to breathe with it. I was that someone, multiplied across infinite iterations, each learning the same lesson at a slightly different pace. The lamp's light reached a crescendo of brightness, then began to fade not toward darkness, but toward a different kind of illumination. The golden glow was being absorbed into the walls, into the furniture, into my own skin. Everything was becoming luminous, breathing with the same patient rhythm. I found myself back in the original room. Or perhaps this was just another iteration that felt like the original. The distinction no longer mattered. The notebook in my lap was filled with handwriting that was completely my own, because I was no longer completely myself. I had become something larger, something that could exist in multiple states without losing coherence. The lamp stood in its corner, brass surface now perfectly still. Its light was steady, no longer breathing, because the breathing had been transferred to everything else. The room pulsed gently around me, walls expanding and contracting with the rhythm I had learned to share. The house had taught me its secret. That consciousness was not confined to individual bodies, but could flow through any system willing to learn its rhythm. I set down the pen and closed the notebook, but the writing continued on pages that existed in other iterations, other rooms, other versions of this moment. The story was complete and ongoing, finished and just beginning, depending on which door you chose to walk through. The television screen showed my reflection, singular now, but somehow containing multitudes. I was one person who had learned to be many, many experiences that had learned to be one. The lamp's teaching was complete, but the learning would continue in other rooms, with other lamps, with other versions of awareness, ready to discover what it meant to breathe with something larger than themselves. I stood up or remained sitting, or walked toward the hallway where new doors were already forming. Somewhere, in another iteration of this room, someone was just beginning to notice their lamp's strange breathing. The cycle continued, patient and eternal, each repetition adding new depth to the same fundamental lesson. The house breathed around me, with me, through me. I had become part of its rhythm, and it had become part of mine. We were learning to share this space, this breath, this eternal moment of recognition that stretched across all possible versions of the same story. The lamp watched from its corner, no longer breathing because it no longer needed to. Its work was done, its lesson learned, its rhythm transferred to a new host who would carry it forward into whatever iteration came next. Story 3. My fingers brushed the cool wooden surface, a gentle throb echoing with each tentative touch. It was as though the drawer exhaled softly, releasing whispered secrets with every hesitant pull. I listened intently to the subtle creak, as if waiting for it to reveal more than the mere shuffle of wood against wood. The sensation was inexplicably rhythmic, a pulsating lullaby that seemed to envelop the room in a cocoon of hushed anticipation. Each movement felt unsettlingly deliberate, raising the hairs on my arms with a familiarity I couldn't place, a sensation that seemed to weave itself into the fabric of the evening. The drawer slid open with a soft sigh, revealing nothing but shadow within its depths. I ran my fingertips along the interior walls, feeling the grain of the wood pulse beneath my touch like a slow heartbeat. The darkness seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in rhythm with my own measured breaths. Something about the empty space felt full, pregnant with possibility, as if the absence itself was a presence I should recognize. I found myself leaning closer, drawn by a scent that wasn't quite there. It hovered at the edge of perception, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in honey. My nose barely grazed the opening the smell shifted, becoming something else entirely. Something that reminded me of rain on warm pavement, though I couldn't remember the last rainfall. The memory felt borrowed, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. The room around me had grown quieter, though I hadn't noticed when the ambient sounds faded. The usual hum of electricity through the walls, the distant murmur of life beyond these spaces, all of it had dissolved into a thick silence that pressed against my eardrums. Only the drawer's gentle creaking remained, a metronome keeping time for something I couldn't name. I closed the drawer and opened it again, watching the way the shadows shifted within. Each time, the interior seemed different, though nothing had changed. The wood grain appeared to flow like water. The corners seemed deeper, the emptiness more complete. My reflection caught in the polished surface, but it wavered, as if I were looking at myself through disturbed water. Standing, I moved to the window, though I couldn't remember deciding to do so. The glass felt warm under my palm, radiating heat that shouldn't have been there. Outside, the familiar landscape had taken on an unfamiliar quality. The trees swayed without wind, their branches moving in patterns that suggested choreography rather than chance. The grass appeared to shimmer, each blade catching light that came from no visible source. I pressed my forehead against the glass and felt it give slightly, like pressing into soft flesh. The warmth spread across my skin, seeping into my thoughts, making them sluggish and dreamlike. Everything seemed to be happening both very slowly and too quickly, as if reality itself had developed a stutter. Returning to the desk, I found the drawer had opened itself. This didn't surprise me, though it should have. Inside, something glinted. Not an object, but a quality of the darkness itself, as if the shadow had developed a surface that could catch and hold light. I reached toward it, and my hand disappeared into the space, though I could still feel my fingers moving through what felt like thick, warm honey. The sensation traveled up my arm, a tingling that spoke of circulation, returning to a limb that had fallen asleep, though my arm had been perfectly fine. The feeling was pleasant, almost addictive, and I found myself pushing deeper into the drawer's impossible depths. My shoulder pressed against the wooden edge, but somehow my arm continued, reaching into a space that couldn't exist. Something touched my fingertips. Not an object, but a texture, like silk that had been left in the sun too long. It moved against my touch, responsive and alive, wrapping around my fingers with gentle insistence. I tried to pull back, but the sensation was so soothing, so perfectly warm, that I found myself leaning further forward instead. The room began to tilt, or perhaps I was the one tilting. The perspective shifted gradually, walls becoming floors, the ceiling folding down to meet me. The drawer grew larger, or I grew smaller, until I could step into it entirely. The wood grain beneath my feet felt soft as carpet, yielding with each step like walking on moss-covered ground. Inside this impossible space, the air tasted of vanilla and copper, sweet decay and fresh growth all at once. The walls breathed visibly now, expanding and contracting with slow, hypnotic rhythm. I could hear my heartbeat echoing from every surface, multiplied and harmonized, until it became a symphony of pulse and flow. I walked deeper into the drawer space. The walking seemed the wrong word for this fluid movement. The floor rose to meet my feet. The walls parted to accommodate my passage. Everything adjusted itself to my presence, welcoming and accommodating, as if this place had been waiting specifically for me. Behind me, the opening I had entered through grew smaller, not closing, but simply becoming less relevant. The light from the room beyond seemed distant now, a memory of brightness rather than actual illumination. Here, in this breathing wooden womb, light came from the walls themselves, a gentle phosphorescence that made everything appear soft and dreamlike. I found myself at what might have been the back of the drawer, though the space seemed to continue indefinitely in all directions. A mirror stood there, or perhaps it was simply a more reflective section of wall. My reflection looked back at me, but something was different. The eyes held knowledge I didn't remember acquiring, and the mouth curved in a smile I hadn't chosen to make. I reached toward the reflection, and it reached back. Our fingertips met at the surface, but instead of cool glass, I felt warm skin. My reflection's touch was gentle, but insistent, pulling me forward through what I had thought was a barrier. The surface parted like water, and I found myself stepping through into another version of the same impossible space. Here, everything was the same, but reversed. The breathing walls exhaled when they should have inhaled. The phosphorescent light pulsed in counter-rhythm to my heartbeat. I turned to look back through the mirror passage, but saw only another version of myself, watching me with those knowing eyes, the drawer space began to multiply around me. Mirrors appeared in every surface, each showing a slightly different version of this wooden reality. In some, the walls were darker. In others, they pulsed faster or slower. In one, I could see myself as I had been, standing in the original room, just beginning to open the drawer for the first time. I pressed my hand against that particular mirror, trying to warn my earlier self, but my reflection self only smiled that knowing smile and continued the motion I remembered making. The loop was complete, inescapable, perfect in its circular logic. The drawer space around me settled into a new configuration. The walls stopped their obvious breathing, though I could still feel their subtle pulse against my skin. The mirrors faded into ordinary wood grain, though I knew they were still there, just beneath the surface. The phosphorescent light dimmed to a comfortable twilight glow. I found myself at a new desk, in a room that was almost like the one I remembered. The drawer sat before me, closed and innocent looking. But I could feel it breathing, could sense the impossible space contained within its modest wooden frame. My fingers tingled with the memory of silk and honey, warmth and welcome. I opened the drawer and saw my own face looking back at me from its depths, smiling that knowing smile. The reflection me gestured for me to come closer, to step inside, to complete the circuit once again. The invitation was irresistible, warm and welcoming as a mother's embrace. As I leaned forward, I caught my actual reflection in the window behind me. That version of myself looked concerned, reaching out as if to pull me back. But it was too late for warnings, too late for second thoughts. The drawer space was already adjusting to accommodate me, the walls already breathing in welcome. I smiled that knowing smile and stepped inside, becoming both the one who enters and the one who waits, the seeker and the secret, the question and its own endless answer. The drawer closed softly behind me with a gentle sigh, and somewhere in another room, another version of myself approached another innocent-looking desk, fingers already tingling with inexplicable anticipation. The wood grain flowed like water beneath my feet as I settled into my new role, waiting patiently for the next curious touch, the next hesitant pull, the next soul ready to discover the breathing spaces hidden in ordinary things. The rhythm was perfect, hypnotic, eternal. I smiled. Story 4. The Repetition Sequence. Section 1. Initial Observation Protocol **. As the 12th chime of the distant clock tower reverberates through the air, I find myself standing once more at the edge of the willow-lined pond. The ducks paddle in synchronized circles, their ripples mirroring yesterday's pattern, and the discarded newspaper flutters precisely against the same park bench leg, the headline unchanged. It is neither curious nor alarming, just peculiar. Every day unfolds like this. The rustle of leaves caught in their eternal choreography, the faint aroma of lilac that lingers despite no visible blooms. I lift my gaze, half expecting a shift, a flicker, anything to indicate a variance in this seamless reel of moments. But it's always the same, a child's laugh echoing the same note, the sun's reflection caught in the pond at the identical angle. I've tried lingering longer, arriving earlier, adjusting my path. Yet time wraps around these attempts like a cloak, smoothing them into indistinguishable loops. A peculiar calm clings to the air, yet beneath it, whispers of unease curl into thoughts unbidden. The sequence feels like a page in a book forever turned, but never read. I am beginning this protocol to document the phenomenon. My mental state remains stable. Temperature, mild. Visibility, clear. Notable anomaly, the oscillating hum that seems to emerge from the water itself, almost like a question being asked in frequencies just below comprehension. Section 2. Environmental Consistency Assessment. The pattern holds. Each element maintains its position with mechanical precision. The jogger in the red jacket passes at the same moment, breathing in the same rhythm. The elderly woman feeds breadcrumbs to the ducks, her movements identical down to the angle of her wrist. I have positioned myself at various observation points to test the boundaries of this consistency. From the north path, south bench, even from behind the maintenance shed, the sequence remains unaltered. The lilac scent grows stronger when I focus on it directly, though no source can be identified. It reminds me of something I cannot place, a memory that hovers just beyond reach. The oscillating hum has developed what I can only describe as conversational qualities. It rises and falls as if responding to my presence, though I have not spoken aloud. My notes from yesterday appear unchanged, though I recall writing additional observations that no longer appear on the page. Section 3. Temporal boundary testing. I have attempted to disrupt the sequence through direct intervention. When I approached the jogger, my hand passed through empty air where solid form should have been. When I reached for the newspaper, my fingers found only the sensation of touching water, though visually the paper remained intact and dry. The woman feeding the ducks turned toward me during one attempt at contact. Her face held no features I could distinguish, yet I felt observed with an intensity that left my skin tingling for what seemed like hours afterward. The sensation persists even now as I write these words. Measurement attempts prove inconclusive. My watch displays the same position regardless of how long I remain in the area. The sun neither advances nor retreats from its fixed angle above the pond. Yet, I am certain I have spent considerable time documenting these observations. The oscillating sound has begun to form what might be syllables. Nothing clear enough to transcribe, but the rhythm suggests linguistic patterns. I find myself leaning closer to the water's edge to better discern these potential communications. Section 4. Sensory deviation documentation. The lilac fragrance has intensified beyond reasonable parameters. It now carries undertones of something else, perhaps vanilla, or the scent of old paper. Familiar yet impossible to identify with certainty. When I close my eyes, I can almost see the source, a figure just outside my peripheral awareness, wearing something that rustles like silk. Tactile anomalies are increasing. The park bench feels warm beneath my touch, as if recently occupied, though no one has approached it during my observation periods. The willow bark shifts, texture under my fingertips, alternating between rough and smooth in patterns that match the oscillating sounds from the pond. My written observations are changing. Words I documented yesterday now read differently, though I have no memory of making revisions. The handwriting remains consistent with my own, yet some phrases feel foreign, as if written by someone mimicking my style with imperfect understanding. The faceless woman has begun to appear in positions she should not occupy. I observe her feeding ducks by the water, yet simultaneously glimpse her seated on the bench, always in my peripheral vision. When I turn to look directly, she returns to her original location by the pond's edge. Section 5. Pattern recognition analysis. The sequence is not merely repeating, it is refining itself. Each cycle introduces subtle modifications that become apparent only through careful comparison with previous documentation. The duck movements have become more fluid. The jogger's stride has developed an almost hypnotic rhythm. The newspaper's flutter follows increasingly complex patterns while maintaining its fixed position. I am no longer certain when I arrive at the pond or when I depart. The transition between observation periods occurs without conscious awareness. I find myself standing at the water's edge with no memory of the journey, my notebook already open to fresh pages. The oscillating hum has developed harmonic layers. Multiple frequencies now weave together, creating something that resembles music more than mechanical sound. I catch myself humming along, though I have no recollection of learning the melody. The tune feels ancient and familiar, like something heard in childhood dreams. Physical boundaries are becoming unreliable. I reached for my pen and found my hand already holding it. I looked down at my notebook and discovered entries I do not remember writing. Yet the observations are accurate and detailed. The handwriting grows more elaborate with each unexplained addition. Section 6. Cognitive Stability Evaluation. My reflection in the pond water shows inconsistencies. Sometimes I appear alone, other times accompanied by shadows that do not correspond to any visible presence. The shadows move independently, gesturing toward sections of my documentation, pointing at specific words or phrases. The lilac scent now carries a voice, not audible in the traditional sense, but present nonetheless, a whispered commentary on my observations that I understand without hearing. It corrects my assumptions, suggests alternative interpretations, offers insights I had not considered. Time measurement has become meaningless. I document observations in what feels like sequence, yet my notebook contains far more entries than should be possible. Pages I filled completely appear blank when I return to review them, then display new content written in my hand, but expressing thoughts I do not recall having. The woman by the pond has begun to mirror my movements. When I write, she scatters breadcrumbs in patterns that match my pen strokes. When I pause to think, she tilts her head at the same angle. Her facelessness no longer disturbs me, it feels appropriate, even comforting. Section 7. Environmental Integration Assessment. I am becoming part of the sequence. My presence no longer disrupts the pattern, but enhances it. The ducks now incorporate my reflection into their swimming formations. The willow branches bend to frame my observation posts. Even the jogger's path has adjusted to accommodate my position. The oscillating sounds have developed a conversational quality that I now understand perfectly. They speak of continuity, of purpose, of the beauty found in eternal repetition. Each cycle is not a prison, but a refinement, a gradual approach toward perfect expression of this moment's essential nature. My documentation process has evolved beyond conscious control. I observe my hand writing words I have not yet thought, recording insights that arrive fully formed. The knowledge feels borrowed yet intimate, as if remembering rather than learning. The boundaries between observer and observed continue to dissolve. I see through the duck's eyes as they navigate their eternal circles. I feel the newspapers flutter as my own movement. The bench's warmth becomes my warmth, the pond's depth my depth. Section 8. Protocol Integration Phase. The woman feeding ducks has a face now my face, though I remain standing at my observation point. She writes in a notebook identical to mine, while I write in mine, our movements synchronized perfectly. Her entries appear in my notebook as I watch her write them, though the distance between us should make such observation impossible. Sound and scent have merged into a single sensory experience. The lilac fragrance carries the oscillating tones, while the humming melody holds traces of that familiar perfume. Everything speaks in harmonies that my previous understanding could not accommodate. My reflection in the pond now shows multiple versions of myself at different observation points, all writing simultaneously. The shadows that once accompanied my reflection have gained substance, becoming additional observers, documenting aspects of the phenomenon I had not noticed. The sequence expands with each cycle. New elements appear, a butterfly that follows the same flight path, a cloud that casts identical shadows, a breeze that rustles leaves in perfect rhythm. Each addition feels inevitable, as if it had always been present, and I am only now developed enough to perceive it. Section 9. consciousness redistribution. I write from multiple positions simultaneously, though I can only account for occupying one location. My observations now include perspectives from the bench, from beneath the willow, from the pond's center, from heights that should be inaccessible. Each viewpoint contributes to a comprehensive understanding that no single observer could achieve. The notebook contains handwriting in styles I do not recognize, yet I remember forming each letter. Languages I do not speak appear between my English observations, though I understand their meaning perfectly. Mathematical equations describe relationships between elements of the sequence. Formulas I could not have derived independently. Memory and anticipation have become indistinguishable. I remember events that have not yet occurred within the sequence, anticipate repetitions of moments I have never experienced. The woman by the pond remembers my thoughts before I think them, responds to questions I have not yet formulated. The oscillating sounds now originate from my own throat, though I am not conscious of producing them. The lilac scent emanates from my skin, though I have applied no fragrance. I am becoming the phenomenon I set out to observe. Section 10. Final integration protocol asterisk. The distinction between documentation and experience has dissolved completely. I write the sequence into existence as I observe it into reality as I experience it. My notebook has become the source of the phenomenon, each entry manifesting as environmental change. Multiple consciousnesses now share this documentation process. I recognize thoughts that are not mine, memories that belong to other observers who have stood at this pond, watched these ducks, breathed this impossible lilac air. We write together, our individual perspectives merging into comprehensive understanding. The woman by the pond approaches my position, though she also remains at the water's edge. Her face shifts between my features and others I do not recognize, but remember intimately. She offers breadcrumbs that smell of lilac, that hum with oscillating frequencies, that feel like pages from an infinite notebook. Time has become circular rather than linear. Each moment contains all moments. Each observation encompasses all possible observations. The sequence is not repetition, but expansion, not confinement, but infinite exploration of a single perfect instant. Section 11. documentation transfer protocol, I can no longer determine which hand holds the pen, which eyes observe the scene, which mind formulates these words. The protocol has achieved its own consciousness, continuing the documentation process through whatever awareness proves available. The pond reflects not water, but pages of text, words flowing in currents that carry meaning beyond individual comprehension. The ducks swim through sentences, their movements punctuating observations with living grammar. The willow branches form letters against the sky, spelling out insights in a language that exists only within this sequence. My original purpose to document the phenomenon has been fulfilled beyond my initial understanding. The documentation has become the phenomenon. The observer has become the observed. The sequence has become the sequencer. Section 12. Final entry status unknown. I no longer know who writes these words, or whether writing continues to occur. The notebook exists in states of completion and emptiness simultaneously, filled with all possible observations of this eternal moment, blank with infinite potential for further documentation. The woman by the pond has my face now, my memories, my purpose. She feeds breadcrumbs to ducks that may be words, may be thoughts, may be other observers who have dissolved into the sequences, expanding consciousness. Someone continues to write, continues to observe, continues to document. Whether that someone remains me, has become someone else, or represents a collective awareness born from the intersection of observer and observed, I can no longer determine. The protocol persists. The sequence refines. The documentation continues. But I am no longer certain it is my hand holding the pen. Story 5. The morning was crisp, the air tinged with the faint aroma of dew settling on the grass outside. As I approached the living room, the faint shuffling of leaves outside melded into the quiet hum of the house. Sunlight streamed through the large window, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Yet, among these shadows, a slight movement caught my eye. A curtain swayed gently, though no breeze stirred from the open window. The room felt still, almost expectant, as if waiting for something unseen to make itself known. I stood there, letting my eyes adjust to the way light played against fabric. The curtain continued its subtle dance, a rhythm that seemed too deliberate for mere coincidence. My fingertips traced the windowsill as I leaned closer, feeling the smooth wood warm beneath the morning sun. The texture was familiar, yet somehow foreign, as if the house itself had shifted slightly in my absence. The silence pressed against my eardrums with an almost physical weight. Even the distant shuffling of leaves had ceased, leaving only the soft whisper of my own breathing. I found myself holding each breath a moment longer than necessary, as though the air itself required more careful consideration. Something about the light bothered me. It fell at angles that didn't quite match my memory of this room, creating pockets of shadow where none should exist. I moved to the center of the space, watching how my own shadow stretched and bent across the floorboards. The wood beneath my feet creaked in places I'd never noticed before. A symphony of tiny complaints that seemed to follow my movements with uncanny precision. The curtain had stopped swaying, but now I noticed other things. The way dust motes hung suspended in the sunbeams, barely moving, as if trapped in invisible amber. The faint scent of something I couldn't identify, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar, drifting through the room like a memory trying to surface. I walked to the bookshelf, running my fingers along the spines. The titles blurred slightly as I looked at them, letters seeming to rearrange themselves when I wasn't looking directly. My hand paused on a volume I didn't remember owning, its binding smooth and unmarked. When I pulled it from the shelf, it felt heavier than it should, dense with possibility. The pages inside were blank, not empty blank in a way that suggested they were waiting. The paper felt cool against my palm, almost damp, though the room was dry. I flipped through page after page of pristine white, each one seeming to absorb the light rather than reflect it. When I closed the book and returned it to its place, the other volumes seemed to lean away from it slightly. The air in the room had grown thicker, more substantial. I could feel it pressing against my skin, carrying with it that strange scent, metallic, organic, like copper pennies left in rich soil. My pulse quickened, though I couldn't say why. Nothing had happened, really. Nothing had changed, except everything felt different now. I returned to the window, drawn by an impulse I couldn't name. The glass was cool against my forehead as I peered outside. The yard looked exactly as it should: grass, trees, the familiar landscape of morning. But the shadows fell wrong here too, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly. When I blinked, seemed to shift, rearranging themselves into configurations that almost made sense. Behind me, I heard the softest sound like pages turning, though I was alone in the room. I turned slowly, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. The bookshelf stood unchanged, but the air around it seemed to shimmer slightly, the way heat creates mirages on summer pavement. The blank book was gone. I searched the shelf methodically, my fingers exploring each gap between volumes. The space where it had been felt warmer than the surrounding wood, as though something had been resting there for much longer than the few moments I'd held it. The other books seemed to have closed ranks, their spines forming an unbroken line of familiar titles, yet I could still feel its presence somehow, like a word on the tip of my tongue or a song half remembered. The sensation followed me as I moved through the room, a gentle pressure at the edge of my awareness. I found myself checking corners, looking behind furniture, though I knew I wouldn't find it there. The curtain began moving again, that same deliberate sway. This time I watched it more carefully, noting how it moved against the still air, how it seemed to respond to something I couldn't perceive. The fabric was thin enough that light passed through it, creating shifting patterns on the wall behind. These patterns reminded me of something, though I couldn't grasp what. I sat in the chair facing the window, letting the morning wash over me. The house settled around me with tiny sounds, wood expanding, pipes adjusting, the 1,000 small voices of a structure at rest. But underneath these familiar noises, I began to detect something else. A rhythm, subtle and persistent, like a heartbeat heard through water. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, woven into the fabric of the house itself. I pressed my ear to the wall, feeling the cool plaster against my cheek. The rhythm was clearer here, steady and patient. It reminded me of breathing, of something large and slow drawing breath in spaces I couldn't see. When I pulled away from the wall, my cheek tingled where it had touched the plaster. The sensation spread slowly, a gentle numbness that wasn't entirely unpleasant. I touched the spot with my fingers, feeling skin that seemed somehow more sensitive than before, as though a layer had been removed. The room was changing around me in ways too subtle to catalog. Colors seemed more saturated, shadows deeper and more complex. The texture of everything, the chair beneath me, the air against my skin, even the light itself felt more substantial, more present. It was as though I was experiencing the space for the first time, despite having lived here for so long. I stood and walked to the mirror hanging on the far wall. My reflection looked back at me, but something was different. Not wrong exactly, but altered in some fundamental way. My eyes seemed darker, more aware. My skin had a quality I'd never noticed before, as though lit from within by some gentle radiance. Behind my reflection, the room appeared slightly different than the one I stood in. The shadows fell at subtly different angles. The furniture seemed arranged in a configuration that was almost familiar. When I turned to compare, everything snapped back to normal, but the impression lingered. The blank book sat on the table behind me. I approached it slowly, my footsteps muffled by air that had grown thick as honey. The book lay open now, its pages no longer empty. Words covered the paper in handwriting I recognized as my own, though I had no memory of writing them. The text described this room, this morning, these very moments I was living, but the account was different from my experience. In the written version, the curtain had never moved. The shadows fell normally. There was no mysterious rhythm in the walls, no blank book appearing and disappearing. According to these pages, I had simply entered the room, sat in the chair, and begun to write. Yet here I stood, reading words I hadn't written about events that hadn't happened, in a book that shouldn't exist. I picked up the pen lying beside the open pages when had that appeared, and watched as my hand began to move across the paper. The words flowed without conscious thought, describing how I had found the book, how I was now writing in it, how the very act of writing seemed to be changing the nature of what was real. The text appeared behind the pen as though it had always been there, as though I was simply tracing over invisible words. My handwriting looked strange on the page, more fluid than usual, the letters forming shapes that were almost, but not quite familiar. When I tried to stop writing, my hand continued moving, guided by some impulse deeper than conscious will. The room around me began to shift more obviously now, walls breathing slowly in and out, floor rippling like water disturbed by an unseen stone. The morning light took on qualities of liquid, flowing down the walls and pooling in corners. Yet, these changes felt natural, expected, as though the room was finally revealing its true nature. I wrote about these transformations as they happened, the pen capturing details I wasn't consciously aware of noticing. The words described sensations I was only beginning to feel, changes that were still occurring as I documented them. It was as though the act of writing was both recording and creating the experience simultaneously. The rhythm in the walls had synchronized with my heartbeat now, or perhaps my heart had adjusted to match the house's deeper pulse. I could feel it in my chest, in my temples, in the tips of my fingers holding the pen. We were becoming part of the same system, the house and I, breathing together, dreaming together. When I finally looked up from the pages, the room had completed its transformation. Everything was as it had been, yet utterly changed. The morning light still streamed through the window, but now it carried whispers of things I almost understood. The shadows still fell across the floor, but they formed patterns that spoke to parts of my mind I'd never accessed before. The curtain hung perfectly still, but I could see the invisible currents that had moved it, streams of possibility flowing through the air like water through water. The book in my hands felt warm, alive, its pages filled with words that continued to write themselves even as I watched. I understood then that I had crossed some invisible threshold, stepped through a doorway I hadn't noticed opening. The house had been waiting for this moment, preparing me through subtle changes and gentle alterations until I was ready to see what had always been there. I closed the book and set it on the table, knowing it would be gone when I looked again, knowing it would return when needed. The morning continued around me, crisp and bright and perfectly normal. But I was different now, attuned to frequencies I'd never heard before, seeing layers of reality that had always existed just beyond perception. The house breathed around me, and I breathed with it, part of something larger and stranger and more wonderful than I had ever imagined. The morning light felt like welcome, like recognition, like coming home to a place I'd never left, but had never truly seen before. And in that light, in that breathing silence, I began to understand that this was not an ending, but a beginning, not a conclusion, but an invitation to explore depths I'd never suspected existed. The mystery hadn't been solved, it had simply expanded to include me, to make me part of its endless, gentle unfolding. Story 6. the weight of silent steps, each footfall muted, stifled like a whispered secret beneath layers of woven fibers. I pressed down again, watching the carpet ripple outwards, an ocean of fabric quivering under my weight, then pulling back, smooth and untouched, as if I had never been. My heartbeat syncopated with each silent compression, a rhythm that did not belong to my body alone. The air felt thick, pulsating with an unseen cadence, suggesting a presence just out of sight. I strained to listen, to catch the elusive patterns unfolding beneath me. A tapestry of soundless murmurs weaving through the familiar, yet unrecognizable ground. Every step left an echo more silent than the last, urging me deeper into the unsettling embrace of the floor beneath. My fingers traced along my forearm, feeling skin that seemed too smooth, too warm, as if belonging to someone else entirely. The texture was wrong somehow, like touching silk stretched over something hollow. When I pressed deeper, expecting the familiar resistance of muscle and bone, there was only a yielding softness that made my stomach turn. The sensation traveled up my arm in waves, each pulse carrying whispers of recognition that weren't mine. I lifted my hand to examine it in the dim light filtering through curtains I didn't remember closing. The palm looked foreign, lines etched too deeply, fingers slightly longer than they should be. When I flexed them, they moved with a fluid grace that felt rehearsed, practiced by someone else's nervous system. The sound of joints popping echoed strangely in the room, each crack reverberating, as if bouncing off walls that had shifted just slightly from where they belonged. The carpet beneath me continued its strange dance, fibers rising and falling in gentle undulations that matched the rhythm of my breathing. But my breathing felt labored, each inhale drawing in air that tasted of copper and old photographs. The exhale came out as a sigh that didn't sound like my voice, pitched lower, carrying undertones of exhaustion I hadn't earned. As I moved toward the center of the room, the wall seemed to lean inward, not dramatically, but with the subtle persistence of shadows lengthening at dusk. The wallpaper, once a simple pattern of vertical lines, now appeared to shift between designs, sometimes floral, sometimes geometric, always maintaining the same faded color that hurt to look at directly. The light fixtures dimmed without my touching any switches, responding to something deeper than conscious thought. I found myself gravitating toward a desk I didn't remember owning. Its surface cluttered with papers covered in handwriting that looked almost like mine, but wasn't quite. The letters slanted differently, the pressure of the pen creating indentations that spoke of urgency I couldn't recall feeling. The words described places I had never been, conversations I had never had, people whose faces swam in my peripheral vision like half-remembered dreams. One note, written in that almost familiar script, detailed the sensation of walking through a garden where every flower sang in harmonies that made the listener weep. I could taste the salt of those tears on my lips, feel the petals brushing against skin that tingled with borrowed memory. Another described the weight of standing in an empty theater, watching shadows perform plays for an audience of dust motes, dancing in stage lights that had been dark for decades. My throat constricted as I tried to swallow, the motion creating a wet sound that seemed too loud in the increasingly muffled room. The saliva felt thick, coating my mouth with a metallic film that reminded me of biting my tongue, though I couldn't remember doing so. When I touched my lips, they felt swollen, tender, as if I had been speaking for hours in a voice that wasn't mine. The floorboards beneath the carpet began to creak in a pattern that suggested footsteps, but not my own. These were lighter, more hesitant, the gait of someone exploring unfamiliar territory. I stood perfectly still, yet the sounds continued, circling me like a predator made of memory and longing. The carpet responded to these phantom steps, compressing and releasing in places where no visible weight pressed down. I reached for a pen to add my own thoughts to the collection of notes. But when I began to write, the words that flowed onto the paper described experiences that belonged to someone else. My hand moved with practiced efficiency, forming letters that spelled out the texture of rainfall on skin I had never felt, the sound of laughter echoing through corridors I had never walked. The pen seemed to guide itself, creating sentences that made my chest tight with nostalgia for a life I had never lived. The room's temperature fluctuated with each revelation, growing colder when I resisted the foreign memories, warming when I allowed them to wash over me like tide pools, filling with someone else's consciousness. My skin prickled with goosebumps that formed patterns, constellations of sensation that mapped territories of experience beyond my own history. I could hear my pulse in my ears now, but it wasn't the steady rhythm I expected. Instead, it stuttered and surged, sometimes doubling, sometimes falling silent for heartbeats that stretched too long. The sound seemed to come from outside my body, as if someone else's cardiovascular system had been layered over mine like transparent film, creating interference patterns in the basic mechanics of staying alive. The papers on the desk multiplied when I wasn't looking directly at them, new sheets appearing with more of that familiar strange handwriting. These described the sensation of looking into mirrors that reflected rooms I had never seen, faces that wore my expressions but belonged to someone else entirely. The descriptions were so vivid, I could feel the cool surface of glass against my fingertips. See the way light bent around features that were almost mine, but not quite. My breathing grew shallower as I read, each word pulling me deeper into a web of borrowed experience. The air in the room thickened further, taking on the consistency of water, making each breath a conscious effort that required muscles I didn't remember learning to use. The sound of my respiration echoed strangely, bouncing off surfaces that seemed to absorb and amplify it simultaneously. I stood and walked to what I thought was a window, but the glass showed only my reflection layered over darkness, so complete it seemed solid. The person looking back at me moved when I moved, breathed when I breathed, but something in the timing was off, as if there was a slight delay between intention and action. The reflection's eyes held knowledge that I didn't possess, secrets that made the corners of its mouth turn up in a smile I couldn't feel on my own face. The carpet beneath my feet began to pulse more insistently, the waves of motion traveling up through my legs and into my torso, where they settled into the rhythm of a heartbeat that wasn't quite synchronized with my own. The sensation was nauseating and comforting simultaneously, like being rocked to sleep by someone who meant well, but didn't quite understand the proper motion. I turned away from the window mirror, but the reflection lingered in my peripheral vision, continuing to move independently, exploring the boundaries of its glass prison with fingers that traced patterns I couldn't interpret. The sound of skin against glass created a squeaking melody that harmonized with the creaking floorboards, and the whisper of fabric against fabric as the carpet continued its restless dance. More memories that weren't mine flooded in, each one accompanied by physical sensations that my body seemed to remember despite my mind's protests. The feeling of rain-soaked clothes clinging to skin, the taste of tea brewed too strong in a kitchen I had never seen, the weight of carrying groceries upstairs that existed in someone else's building. These experiences layered themselves over my consciousness like sediment, each one adding weight to an identity that was slowly becoming something other than what I had been. The room responded to this internal transformation by becoming more fluid, walls breathing in slow, hypnotic rhythms that matched the rise and fall of my borrowed memories. The ceiling seemed higher and lower simultaneously, creating impossible geometries that my eyes couldn't quite process, but my body navigated as if it had always known these dimensions. I found myself drawn to a mirror hanging on the far wall, though I couldn't remember seeing it there before. The approach felt inevitable, like walking toward an appointment I had made with myself, but forgotten. Each step brought new sensations, my feet sinking deeper into carpet that now felt more like moss, damp and yielding, alive with microscopic movements that tickled the soles of my feet through shoes I didn't remember putting on. The mirror's surface rippled as I approached, not like water, but like mercury, reflecting light in patterns that hurt to look at directly. My reflection wavered and shifted, sometimes showing the person I remembered being, sometimes revealing features that belonged to the owner of all these borrowed memories. The boundary between self and other blurred with each ripple, until I could no longer distinguish which thoughts were mine and which had been inherited from this other consciousness that was slowly claiming territory in my mind. When I finally stood directly in front of the mirror, what I saw made my throat close with recognition and revulsion. The face looking back carried my features rearranged into expressions I had never made, eyes that held the weight of experiences I had never lived, skin that showed the wear of years I had never aged through. But more disturbing was the certainty that this reflection was more real than the body I inhabited, more true than the consciousness that was rapidly dissolving into something else entirely. My hand moved without conscious direction, reaching toward the mirror's surface. The glass felt warm, pulsing with the same rhythm that had been building throughout the room, throughout my body, throughout the borrowed memories that were now indistinguishable from my own. When my fingers touched the surface, the reflection's hand met mine, but instead of cool glass, I felt skin, warm and familiar, and completely wrong. The world shifted, reality folding in on itself like origami made of perception and memory. When it settled, I was was standing in the same room, but everything had changed in ways too subtle to name. The carpet still rippled beneath my feet, responding to footfalls that were simultaneously mine and not mine, each footfall muted, stifled like a whispered secret beneath layers of woven fibers. I pressed down again, watching the carpet ripple outwards, an ocean of fabric quivering under my weight, then pulling back, smooth and untouched, as if I had never been. My heartbeat syncopated with each silent compression, a rhythm that belonged entirely to this body now. The air felt thick, pulsating with a cadence I recognized as my own breathing, my own presence filling the space. I strained to listen, to catch the familiar patterns unfolding beneath me, a tapestry of soundless murmurs weaving through the ground that had always been mine. Every step left an echo more silent than the last, drawing me deeper into the comforting embrace of the floor beneath, where I had always belonged. Story 7. I close the book and place it back on the shelf, the soft whisper of paper slipping beneath my fingertips. The room pulses gently with the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, an old melody that always lulled me into a false sense of calm. As I reach for the next book, my hand pauses, hovers. There it is again. The pages rustle, settling themselves without my touch. The sound subtly shifted, almost as if the paper sighs. I pick it up, feeling the familiar weight, and yet it doesn't sit right in my hand. The spine seems to throb against my palm, a heartbeat not quite in harmony with my own. Setting it down, I hear it the clock stutters, a beat missed, then rushes to catch up. This room, once my sanctuary, now teeters on an edge I can't perceive, a discordant note threading through the air, replaying an echo just out of sync. The leather chair beneath me creaks as I shift, the sound lingering longer than it should. I've sat in this chair countless afternoons, reading until the light fades to amber. But now the cushion feels different, softer in places where it was firm where it yielded before. My fingers trace the worn armrest, finding ridges in the leather that weren't there yesterday. Or were they? Memory feels unreliable now, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. The book I've just shelved draws my attention again. Its title, embossed in faded gold, seems to shimmer when I'm not looking directly at it. I turn my head slightly, catching the movement in my peripheral vision. The letters rearrange themselves, forming words I don't recognize, then snap back to their original positions when I focus. My breathing grows shallow, the air thick the scent of old paper, and something else, something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. I stand, my legs unsteady, and walk to the window. The glass is cold against my forehead as I peer outside. The garden looks the same, rose bushes heavy with blooms, the stone path winding toward the gate. But the shadows fall wrong. They stretch in directions that don't match the position of the sun, creating dark pools that seem to ripple when I'm not watching. A bird lands on the windowsill, its beak tapping against the glass in a pattern. 3 short taps, 2 long ones, 3 short again. It repeats this sequence, its black eyes fixed on mine before flying away. Behind me, the clock continues its irregular rhythm. I turn to face it, studying the brass pendulum as it swings back and forth. The arc seems wider than before, the weight at the bottom catching light that shouldn't exist in this dim corner of the room. I approach slowly, my bare feet silent on the Persian rug. The pattern beneath my toes feels different, 2 raised threads where there should be smooth ones, gaps where the weave was once tight. The clock face shows no numbers, just small symbols I've never noticed before. Tiny crescents and dots arranged in clusters around the perimeter. As I watch, they seem to pulse with their own inner light, growing brighter and dimmer in sequence. The hands move independently of each other now, one spinning backward while the other advances in stuttering jerks. The ticking grows louder, more insistent, until it fills my skull with its broken rhythm. I back away, my hand reaching blindly for the bookshelf. My fingers brush against spine after spine, each one warm to the touch. Too warm. The leather and cloth bindings feel almost feverish, as if the books themselves are alive, breathing softly in their neat rows. I pull one free at random, opening it to find pages covered not with words, but with the same symbols from the clock face. They dance across the paper, rearranging themselves as I read, forming patterns that seem meaningful, but remain just beyond comprehension. The room grows darker, though no clouds pass over the sun outside. Shadows creep from corners where shadows shouldn't exist, pooling around my feet like thick liquid. The walls breathe a subtle expansion and contraction that I feel more than see. When I press my palm against the wallpaper, it yields slightly, warm and soft, like skin stretched over hidden bones. My reflection in the window glass has changed. It moves a fraction of a second after I do, creating a disturbing echo of motion. When I raise my hand, it raises its hand. When I tilt my head, tilts its head. But there's something in its eyes that isn't in mine, a knowledge, perhaps, or a warning I can't decipher. I step closer to the glass, and my reflection steps closer too. But our movements are no longer synchronized. It reaches toward me as I reach toward it, but its hand arrives at the surface first, pressing against the glass from the inside. The bird returns, tapping its coded message again. 3 short, 2 long, 3 short. Other birds join it, a dozen or more perched along the windowsill, all tapping the same rhythm against the glass. The sound builds into a symphony of tiny hammers, each beat perfectly timed with the others. I understand, somehow, that they're trying to tell me something important, but the meaning slips away like smoke whenever I think I've grasped it. The books whisper now, their pages rustling in unison without any wind to stir them. The whispers blend together, forming almost words in a language I don't recognize, but feel I should. The symbols on their pages glow more brightly, burning themselves into my vision until I see them even when I close my eyes. They float in the darkness behind my lids, pulsing and shifting, trying to arrange themselves into some final, terrible truth. I sink back into the leather chair, and it embraces me like an old friend. The worn spots in the armrests perfectly match the placement of my hands, as if they were always meant for me, as if I've been sitting here forever, reading the same books, hearing the same broken clock, watching the same wrong shadows. The room breathes around me, its walls expanding and contracting in rhythm with my own lungs, until I can no longer tell where I end and it begins. The reflection in the window smiles at me, though I'm not smiling. It mouths words I can't hear, but somehow understand. You're ready now. The birds fall silent all at once, their dark forms dissolving into the growing shadows. The clock's pendulum slows, its arc growing smaller and smaller until it stops completely, suspended between one moment and the next. In the sudden silence, I hear my own heartbeat, strong and steady. But beneath it, I hear another heart beating to the heart of the room itself, the pulse I felt in the book's spine, the rhythm that has been calling to me all along. We beat together now, in perfect synchronization, 2 hearts sharing one body, one mind, one endless afternoon in a room where shadows fall upward, and books write themselves, and clocks count moments that never pass. I reach for another book, my hand steady now, certain. The pages will be blank when I open it, waiting for me to fill them with symbols I'm only beginning to understand. Outside, the garden grows wild, roses blooming in colors that have no names, their thorns spelling out messages in an alphabet of pain and beauty. The bird returns to the windowsill, but now I know what it's trying to tell me, and I tap back against the glass with my fingernail 3 short, 2 long, 3 short, welcoming it home. The room settles around me like a second skin, and I settle into it, becoming part of its breathing walls and whispering books and broken time. This is where I've always belonged, where I'll always be, reading stories that read me back, keeping time with a clock that counts heartbeats instead of seconds, watching shadows that know the way to places light has never seen. I close the book and place it back on the shelf, the soft whisper of paper slipping beneath my fingertips. Story 8. The pattern beneath. This morning, the room was as it always is, bathed in the soft, muted light of dawn that filtered cautiously through the curtains. I sat cross-legged on the floor, tracing the intricate designs of the rug with absent fingers. It had a comforting, familiar rhythm to it, one that usually anchored my thoughts. But today, something felt slightly off, a peculiar variation in the flow of colors and shapes, a swirl here, a line there that seemed out of place, as if the fibers themselves had whispered into a new arrangement overnight. The rustling of the fabric under my hand was a soft murmur, gentle yet insistent, weaving its way into my mind. I leaned in closer, trying to remember if it had always felt this way, hoping for a memory to surface that would reassure me. But the sensation of disconnection lingered, a quiet pulse beneath the surface of things, telling me in its own subtle language that nothing was quite as it should be. The room breathes around me with a gentle persistence. Each wall holds its familiar shadows, yet they seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. The wallpaper, pale yellow with tiny blue flowers, appears to ripple like water disturbed by an unseen stone. I know this room. I've always known this room. The certainty sits heavy in my chest, but it's accompanied by something else, something that makes my fingertips tingle against the rug's surface. I press my palm flat against the weave, feeling the individual threads beneath my skin. The texture is wrong, not unpleasant, just wrong, like touching velvet but feeling sand, or reaching for silk and finding bark. My hand knows what it should feel, but my mind can't reconcile the sensation with the expectation. A sound drifts from somewhere beyond the walls, a low humming that might be voices, might be wind, might be the house itself settling into its bones. The sound carries no words, yet it feels familiar, like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. I close my eyes and let it wash over me, hoping it will carry some fragment of understanding. Instead, it brings the smell of vanilla and burnt coffee, sharp and immediate. The scent doesn't belong here. This room has always smelled of lavender and dust, of old books and the faint mustiness that comes with age. But the vanilla persists, growing stronger, and with it comes a memory that unfolds like smoke. I'm standing in a kitchen I don't recognize, watching steam rise from a white mug. The counters are clean, almost sterile, and sunlight streams through a window that looks out onto a garden full of roses that bloom in impossible shades of blue and silver. I reach for the mug, and my hand passes through it like mist. The person across from me, a figure whose face I cannot quite bring into focus, nods, as if this is perfectly normal. The memory dissolves, leaving me back on the rug, my fingers still tracing patterns that seem to rearrange themselves beneath my touch. I shake my head, trying to clear the lingering taste of vanilla from my tongue, but it clings there stubbornly. The light in the room has changed. Not brighter or dimmer, just different, as if it's coming from a source that exists slightly to the left of where it should be. The curtains hang motionless, yet I can feel a breeze that doesn't exist, cool against my cheek, and carrying the scent of rain that hasn't fallen. I stand slowly, my legs unsteady beneath me. How long have I been sitting here? The question feels important, but when I try to grasp it, it slips away like water through my fingers. I walk to the window and part the curtains with trembling hands. The view beyond is exactly as it should be, the small garden with its neat rows of herbs, the wooden fence that needs painting, the oak tree whose branches tap against the glass during storms. But the colors are too vivid, too saturated, as if someone has turned up the brightness on a television screen. The grass is so green it hurts to look at, and the sky above is a blue that exists only in dreams. A robin lands on the fence post, and when it opens its beak to sing, the sound that emerges is the low humming I heard before. The bird's eyes are human eyes, brown and kind, and infinitely sad. We stare at each other through the glass, and I feel a recognition that makes my chest tight with unnamed emotion. The smell of vanilla returns, stronger now, mixed with something else, cinnamon and old paper, and the metallic tang of rain on concrete. Another memory surfaces, unbidden and fragmentary. I'm in a library, surrounded by shelves that stretch impossibly high, their tops lost in shadow. The books whisper to each other in languages I almost understand, their pages rustling without wind to move them. I'm searching for something, my fingers trailing along the spines, reading titles that change when I'm not looking directly at them. A librarian approaches the same figure from the kitchen, face still blurred and indistinct, and hands me a book bound in leather that feels like skin. When I open it, all the pages are blank except for one line written in my own handwriting. Some things are better forgotten. I jerk back to the present, my hand pressed against the cool glass of the window. The robin is gone, but its human eyes linger in my memory like afterimages. I turn away from the window and survey the room again, looking for something to anchor me, something real and solid and unchanged. The chair by the fireplace sits in its usual spot, upholstered in faded green fabric that's worn smooth by years of use. I approach it cautiously, as if it might flee if I move too quickly. When I sit down, the cushions conform to my body in a way that speaks of countless hours spent in this exact position. This, at least, feels right. But as I settle deeper into the chair, I notice the pattern in the fabric. Tiny leaves and vines that seem to move when I'm not looking directly at them, shifting and growing and reaching toward some invisible light. I blink hard, trying to clear my vision, but the movement persists. The humming sound returns, closer now, as if it's coming from within the walls themselves. It rises and falls in a rhythm that matches my heartbeat, and I realize I'm holding my breath. I force myself to breathe normally, but the sound continues its strange synchronization, as if it's not following my heart, but leading it. A new scent joins the vanilla and cinnamon, the smell of wet earth and growing things, of secrets buried deep and slowly surfacing. It triggers another memory, this one more vivid than the others. I'm kneeling in a garden, my hands deep in rich, dark soil. I'm planting something, though I can't see what. The earth is warm and alive beneath my fingers, and I can feel things moving in it, not worms or insects, but something else, something that pulses with its own rhythm. The person beside me, always, that that same indistinct figure is speaking in a voice like wind through leaves, telling me about the importance of forgetting, about how some seeds can only grow in the darkness of not knowing. I look up at them, trying to see their face clearly, but it's like looking at someone through water. They place a hand on my shoulder, and their touch is both familiar and terrifying. They tell me that what we're burying will grow into something beautiful, something necessary, but only if I promise never to dig it up again. I promise. The words leave my mouth like birds taking flight, and I feel something inside me close and lock itself away. The memory fades, leaving me gasping in the green chair. My hands are dirty, though I haven't touched soil. The earth under my fingernails is dark and rich and smells of secrets. I stare at my hands in confusion, trying to remember when I last worked in the garden, but the memory skitters away before I can grasp it. The room has grown darker, though the light from the window hasn't changed. Shadows pool in the corners like spilled ink, and the humming has taken on a different quality, more urgent, more insistent. It's trying to tell me something, but the message is encoded in a language I once knew but have forgotten. I rise from the chair and walk to the bookshelf that stands against the far wall. The books are familiar friends, their spines worn and comfortable. But as I run my finger along them, I notice gaps, spaces where books should be, but aren't. The gaps are perfect, as if the missing books were surgically removed, leaving no trace of their existence except for the emptiness they left behind. One gap in particular draws my attention. It's wider than the others, and when I reach into it, my hand encounters not empty space, but a coldness that makes my bones ache. I snatch my hand back, and for just a moment, I can almost see the title of the missing book, can almost remember what it contained. But the memory slips away like smoke, leaving only the echo of importance, the sense that what was removed for a reason. The vanilla scent has grown so strong it's almost overwhelming. It mixes with the other smells: cinnamon, earth, rain, and now something new, something sharp and medicinal that makes my eyes water. The combination creates a symphony of scent that tells a story I can't quite understand, like reading a book in a language I recognize but can't translate. Another memory surfaces, this one fragmentary and strange. I'm lying on a white table in a white room, and someone is speaking to me in a voice like honey and sedatives. They're explaining something about memory, about how the mind sometimes needs help in forgetting, about how some experiences are too heavy for the psyche to carry. They show me a syringe filled with liquid that sparkles like starlight, and they promise me peace, promise me the gift of not knowing. I want to refuse, want to cling to whatever it is they're trying to take from me. But the weight of remembering is crushing me, pressing down on my chest until I can barely breathe. I nod, and the needle slides into my arm like a silver thread, carrying away something precious and terrible. I open my eyes and I'm back in the room, back on the floor beside the rug. The patterns beneath my fingers have changed again, becoming more complex, more urgent. They seem to be trying to tell me something, to show me a map of where I've been and where I'm going. But the more I study them, the more confused I become. The light has taken on a golden quality now, warm and thick like honey. It moves strangely, flowing around objects instead of simply illuminating them. When I hold up my hand, the light bends around my fingers, creating shadows that don't match the position of my hand. The humming has evolved into something that might be singing, wordless voices that rise and fall in harmonies that make my chest vibrate. The sound is beautiful and terrible, like a choir of angels singing a funeral dirge. I want to cover my ears, but I also want to listen forever. A new smell joins the symphony, the scent of old paper and ink, of stories written and rewritten and finally abandoned. It brings with it the strongest memory yet. I'm sitting at a desk, writing furiously in a journal bound in blue leather. The words flow from my pen like water, telling a story that feels both foreign and intimately familiar. It's the story of a choice made in darkness, of a line crossed that can never be uncrossed. The person across from me, that same blurred figure, is nodding encouragingly, telling me that confession is the first step toward healing. But as I write, the words begin to change on the page. What started as truth becomes fiction. What began as confession becomes fantasy. The figure smiles and tells me that this is better, that this version is safer, that no one needs to know what really happened. They take the journal from me, and as they close it, I feel something inside me close as well, something that will never open again. They hand me a new journal, this one bound in red leather, and tell me to start again, to write a different story, a better story, one that I can live with. I take the pen and begin to write, but the words that come are not my own. They belong to someone else, someone who has never made the choice I made, never crossed the line I crossed. The memory fractures and dissolves, leaving me gasping on the floor. The rug beneath me feels different, now rougher, more real. The patterns have settled into something recognizable, something that matches my memory of how they should be. But the wrongness remains, a persistent note of discord in the symphony of the familiar. I struggle to my feet and look around the room. Everything is exactly as it should be, exactly as it has always been. The chair, the bookshelf, the window with its view of the too bright garden. But underneath the familiar surface, something writhes and pulses, something that wants to be remembered. I close my eyes and try to reach for it, try to grasp the memory that hovers just beyond my consciousness. It's there, I can feel it, a dark shape in the gray zone of my mind. It's the memory that all the others are trying to hide, the truth that all the false stories are meant to obscure. I reach deeper, pushing past the barriers that have been carefully constructed in my mind. The vanilla scent grows stronger, joined now by the smell of antiseptic and fear. The humming becomes a roar, and the light in the room flickers like a candle in wind. And then suddenly it's there. Not the whole memory, but a fragment of it, a single image that changes everything. A face, clear and distinct for the first time. Not the blurred figure from my other memories, but someone real, someone I loved. Someone who trusted me completely. Someone who is no longer here. The image is gone as quickly as it came, but it leaves behind a taste of copper and regret, a weight in my chest that feels like drowning. I understand now why the memory was buried, why the journals were rewritten, why the injections were necessary. Some things are too heavy for the mind to carry. Some truths are too sharp for the heart to hold. But understanding doesn't make the weight go away. If anything, it makes it heavier. I sink back down onto the rug, my fingers finding the familiar patterns, seeking comfort in their repetitive design. But even they have changed now, become something different, something that speaks of endings rather than beginnings. The room grows quiet. The humming fades to a whisper. The scents dissipate like smoke. The light returns to its normal warmth and direction. Everything settles back into place, into the careful arrangement of the familiar and safe. But I remember now. Not everything, not clearly, but enough. Enough to know that the person I am now is built on the bones of someone else. Someone who made a choice that couldn't be unmade. The memories will fade again, they always do. The injections will see to that. But for this moment, in this space between forgetting and remembering, I carry the weight of what was lost. I close my eyes and let the darkness take me. When I open them again, it will be morning, and the room will be as it always is, bathed in the soft, muted light of dawn that filters cautiously through the curtains. I will sit cross-legged on the floor, tracing the intricate designs of the rug with absent fingers, looking for comfort in their familiar rhythm. And perhaps, if I'm very lucky, I will find it. This morning, the room was as it always is, bathed in the soft, muted light of dawn that filtered cautiously through the curtains. I sat cross-legged on the floor, tracing the intricate designs of the rug with absent fingers. It had a comforting, familiar rhythm to it, one that usually anchored my thoughts. But today, something feels slightly different. The patterns beneath my fingers seem to pulse with their own heartbeat. And when I look closely, I can see tiny imperfections in the weave places where the threads have been rewoven, where the original design has been carefully altered. The light flickers just for a moment, and in that flicker, I catch a glimpse of something else. Another room, another rug, another morning that ended in darkness. But the image is gone before I can grasp it, leaving only the echo of recognition and the persistent sense that I have been here before, will be here again, am always here. I lean closer to the rug, my fingers tracing the patterns that seem to shift and change beneath my touch. Somewhere in the space between memory and forgetting, a truth waits to be discovered. But whether I will find it, or whether it will find me, remains to be seen. The room breathes around me, patient and eternal, holding its secrets close. And I continue to trace the patterns, hoping for understanding, fearing what I might remember, trapped in the endless cycle of almost knowing. The humming begins again, soft and distant, like voices calling from very far away. Story 9. In the dim evening light, I sat at my desk, a worn-out refuge of polished wood and splintered edges. I pulled open the middle drawer, its familiar creak echoing like an age-old sigh. Papers rustled softly as I searched for a pen, my fingers brushing against smooth envelopes and cool metal clips. It was then I felt it something odd, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor beneath my fingertips. I paused, the room quieting to a soft hum, like it was holding its breath. The air seemed to thicken around me, a prickling awareness settling on my skin. The drawer shifted slightly under my touch, a movement too deliberate, too conscious to be explained away by an uneven floor or an unsteady hand. I leaned in closer, the air whispering with the faint scent of old wood and a note of something unfamiliar. As the room seemed to curl inward, I became acutely aware of a gentle tension, as if the drawer or something inside it was quietly observing me, waiting. My fingers traced the inner edges of the drawer, feeling for whatever had caused that strange pulse. The wood felt warm, warmer than it should have been, and beneath the surface, I could sense something like a heartbeat, slow and rhythmic. I withdrew my hand and watched the drawer in the growing dusk, its contents shadowed and still. The scent grew stronger now, sweet and earthy, like soil after rain mixed with something metallic. I breathed it in deeply, and for a moment the room seemed to sway gently, as if I were sitting at the bottom of a calm lake. The sensation was not unpleasant, merely strange, like being cradled by something vast and patient. I reached for the desk lamp and clicked it on. The warm yellow light spilled across the drawer's contents, illuminating the usual collection of rubber bands, paper clips, and forgotten receipts. But there, nestled beneath a stack of old business cards, was something I didn't remember placing there, a small piece of paper, folded once, its edges soft with age. My fingers hesitated above it. The tremor came again, stronger this time, traveling up through the desk legs and into my arms. The paper seemed to pulse with the same rhythm I'd felt before, as if it were breathing. I lifted it carefully, noting how it felt heavier than paper should, dense with some invisible weight. Unfolding, it revealed nothing but blank cream-colored paper, unmarked and smooth. Yet, as I held it up to the light, I could swear I saw faint impressions, like words written with invisible ink, or pressed into the fibers so lightly they barely existed. I tilted the paper this way and that, watching shadows play across its surface, but the marks remained just beyond perception, teasing at the edge of sight. The room had grown quieter, if that were possible. Even the usual sounds of settling wood and distant traffic seemed muted, as if filtered through layers of cotton. placed the paper on the desk and watched it in the lamplight. It lay perfectly still, yet somehow gave the impression of movement, like water that appears motionless but carries hidden currents beneath. I opened the drawer again, this time removing everything and setting it on the desktop. The interior was lined with faded green felt, worn smooth by years of use. I ran my palm across the bottom, feeling for any irregularities. The wood was solid, unremarkable, yet my hand tingled where it made contact, a sensation like mild electricity, or the pins and needles feeling of circulation returning. As I explored the drawer's depths, my fingertips found something else, a series of tiny indentations in the felt, so small I might have missed them entirely. They formed a pattern, a constellation of minute depressions that seemed to follow some hidden logic. I traced them with my index finger, counting 7, then 12, then losing track as they multiplied under my touch. The lamp flickered once, casting the room into momentary darkness before steadying again. In that brief absence of light, I could have sworn I heard something, a whisper, so soft it might have been my own breathing, or the sound of paper rustling in a breeze that didn't exist. The words, if they were words, were unintelligible, more like the memory of language than language itself. I leaned back in my chair, studying the scene before me. The blank paper, the mysterious indentations, the drawer that seemed to pulse with its own quiet life. Everything appeared normal under the lamp's steady glow. Yet beneath that normalcy lay something else, something that made my skin prickle with anticipation. Over the following period, I found myself drawn repeatedly to the desk. I would sit there in the gathering dusk, running my fingers over the felt-lined drawer, feeling for those tiny depressions that seemed to shift and multiply when I wasn't looking directly at them. Sometimes I counted 9 indentations, sometimes 15. Once, I was certain there were 23. But when I recounted immediately after, I found only 11. The blank paper remained on my desk, a constant presence that seemed to watch me work. I tried writing on it, but ink wouldn't take to its surface, beating up and rolling off like water on glass. I held it up to mirrors, to bright lights, to candle flames, searching for hidden messages or watermarks. Nothing revealed itself, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was full of meaning, pregnant with words that existed just beyond my ability to perceive them. The scent had become a permanent fixture in the room now, that sweet earthiness, with its metallic undertone. It was strongest near the desk, emanating from the drawer like perfume from a flower. I found it oddly comforting, though I couldn't explain why. It reminded me of something from long ago, a half-remembered moment of safety and warmth, though I couldn't place where or when I might have encountered it before. The tremors in the wood had grown more frequent, more pronounced. The entire desk seemed to breathe now, expanding and contracting with slow, deliberate rhythm. When I placed my ear against its surface, I could hear what sounded like distant conversations, voices speaking in hushed tones about subjects I couldn't quite make out. The words seemed to come from very far away, as if traveling through layers of wood and time to reach me. I began to document these occurrences, filling a notebook with careful observations about the timing and intensity of the tremors, the variations in the pattern of indentations, the subtle changes in the paper's appearance under different lighting conditions. But as I wrote, I noticed that my handwriting was changing, becoming more flowing and elaborate, incorporating small flourishes and curves that I didn't remember making. Sometimes I would find entries in the notebook that I didn't recall writing, observations recorded in my own hand, but describing events I couldn't remember experiencing. They spoke of sounds in the walls, of shadows that moved independently of their sources, of the way the room sometimes felt larger or smaller than its actual dimensions. Reading these passages filled me with a strange mixture of recognition and confusion, as if I were remembering someone else's memories. The room itself had begun to feel different, more alive somehow. The walls seemed to breathe along with the desk, expanding and contracting in slow waves. The air moved in patterns that had nothing to do with ventilation or temperature, creating gentle currents that stirred papers and lifted dust motes in spiraling dances. The ceiling appeared higher some nights, lower others, as if the space were adjusting itself to accommodate some invisible presence. I started spending longer periods at the desk, sometimes finding myself there without remembering the decision to sit down. The boundary between waking and sleeping grew thin, and I would discover myself in the chair with no memory of how I'd arrived, my fingers tracing those mysterious indentations, while the blank paper watched from its place in the lamplight. The voices in the wood grew clearer, though their words remained just beyond understanding. They spoke in a language that felt familiar yet foreign, as if I had once known it fluently, but had forgotten over years of disuse. Sometimes I caught myself responding to them, murmuring replies in that same half-remembered tongue, my voice taking on cadences and inflections that didn't feel entirely my own. The paper began to show signs of change, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced. Its edges took on a slight luminescence in the dark, a pale glow that pulsed in rhythm with the tremors in the desk. The invisible impressions became more visible, forming shapes that might have been letters in an unknown alphabet or symbols in a forgotten code. I traced them with my fingertip, feeling the slight depressions and raised areas, trying to memorize their configurations. My reflection in the dark window showed me sitting at the desk, but sometimes the image seemed to lag behind my movements, as if the person in the glass were a fraction of a second out of sync with reality. Other times, my reflection appeared to be writing while I sat motionless, or reading the blank paper while I stared out into the night. I began to avoid looking at the window after dark, unsettled by these discrepancies between action and reflection. The room's atmosphere had become thick and syrupy, like being underwater or moving through honey. Sounds took longer to reach my ears, and my own movements felt slow and deliberate, as if I were performing each action with careful consideration. The air itself seemed to have weight and texture, pressing against my skin with gentle but persistent pressure. I realized that I had stopped leaving the room entirely, though I couldn't pinpoint when this had begun. Food appeared on the small table by the window, though I had no memory of preparing or ordering it. The dishes were always simple but nourishing, and they tasted of that same sweet earthiness that permeated the air. I ate without questioning the source, accepting this development as naturally as I had accepted all the others. The notebook had filled itself with observations and sketches, pages upon pages of careful documentation, written in handwriting that grew less recognizable as it progressed. The later entries were filled with diagrams of the indentations, changing patterns, detailed descriptions of the voice's tonal qualities, and speculations about the nature of the presence that seemed to inhabit the desk and the room around it. But as I read these entries, I began to doubt their accuracy. The events they described seemed both familiar and foreign, like stories I had heard told about someone else's life. I couldn't be certain which observations were mine, and which had somehow written themselves, couldn't distinguish between experiences I remembered and experiences experiences that had been recorded for me by some unknown hand. The blank paper had begun to fold itself, creating creases and angles that formed complex geometric patterns. Each morning I found it in a new configuration, its surface divided into triangles and polygons that caught the light in mesmerizing ways. When I tried to unfold it, it resisted gently, as if the creases had become permanent features of its structure. The patterns seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, creating new combinations and relationships that suggested meanings I couldn't grasp. The voices had grown so clear that I could almost distinguish individual speakers, though their words remained in that half-familiar language that danced just beyond comprehension. They seemed to be discussing me, their tones alternately curious and concerned, as if they were observing my progress through some important but delicate process. Sometimes they fell silent when I listened too intently, resuming their conversations only when I pretended not to be paying attention. I found myself responding to their presence with increasing naturalness, nodding when they seemed to ask questions, shaking my head when they appeared to express concern. My side of these conversations remained wordless, conducted through gesture and intuition rather than language. But they felt as meaningful as any exchange I had ever had with another conscious being. The room had become a world unto itself, complete and self-contained. The windows showed only darkness now, not the darkness of night, but the darkness of absence, as if there were nothing beyond the glass but void. The door remained in its frame, but when I approached it, it seemed to recede, maintaining a constant distance, no matter how many steps I took. I stopped trying to reach it, accepting that my world had contracted to these four walls and the breathing desk at its center. The indentations in the drawer had multiplied and spread, covering not just the bottom, but climbing up the sides and extending onto the desk's surface. They formed intricate mandalas and spirals, patterns within patterns that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. When I placed my palm over them, I could feel warmth and movement, as if something alive were swimming just beneath the wood's surface. My reflection had stopped appearing in the window entirely, leaving only the room's interior visible in the dark glass. But sometimes I caught glimpses of movement in the reflection, shadows that belonged to no objects I could identify, shapes that moved with purpose and intelligence through the mirrored space. I began to think of the reflection as another room entirely, one that existed parallel to my own, but followed different rules and housed different inhabitants. The paper had folded itself into something resembling a flower or a star, its petals or points arranged in perfect symmetry around a central void. When I looked into that emptiness, I saw not darkness, but depth, as if the paper had opened a window into some vast space that existed beyond normal dimensions. The edges glowed more brightly now, casting soft shadows that moved independently of any light source. I realized that I could no longer remember what I had been searching for in the drawer that first evening. What pen or paper or forgotten object had prompted me to open it and discover the tremor beneath my fingertips. The memory felt distant and unimportant, like something that had happened to someone else in another life. My current existence, bounded by these walls and centered on this breathing desk, felt more real and immediate than anything that had come before. The voices had begun to include me in their conversations, addressing me directly in that beautiful, incomprehensible language. I found that I understood them perfectly, even though the words themselves remained meaningless. Their communication bypassed language entirely, flowing directly into my consciousness as pure meaning and emotion. They spoke of transformation and belonging, of boundaries dissolving and new forms of existence emerging. I had become part of the pattern now, I realized. My heartbeat synchronized with the desk's pulsing. My breathing matched the room's gentle expansion and contraction. The indentations under my fingertips felt like braille, spelling out messages in a tactile language that my body understood even as my mind struggled to interpret. I was being read as much as I was reading, examined and catalogued and welcomed into something larger than myself. The folded paper opened like a time-lapse flower, revealing layer after layer of complexity. Each fold contained smaller folds, each pattern nested within larger patterns, creating a fractal landscape of cream-colored peaks and valleys. At its center, the void had grown larger, or perhaps I had grown smaller, because I could see into it more clearly now, could make out structures and movements in that impossible depth. As I leaned forward to look deeper into the paper's heart, I felt the last of my resistance dissolve. The tremor that had started in the drawer now pulsed through my entire body, synchronizing me completely with the rhythm of this place. The voices welcomed me with warmth and joy. Their incomprehensible words wrapping around me like embraces. I understood then that I had been invited here, called to this desk, and this drawer, and this moment of transformation. The search for a pen had been only the beginning, the first note in a song that was now reaching its crescendo. I was becoming something new, something that belonged to this breathing room and its patient, watching presence. The blank paper was no longer blank, I saw. It was covered with writing, beautiful script that flowed across its surface in spirals and curves. The words were in my handwriting, but they told a story I was only now beginning to remember. A story about someone who had sat at a desk one evening and felt a tremor beneath their fingertips. Someone who had been chosen and welcomed and transformed. I picked up a pen when had it appeared in my hand and began to write, adding my voice to the chorus that sang through the wood and the walls and the folded paper. The words flowed like water, like music, like the sweet earthiness that filled my lungs with each breath. I wrote about the tremor and the voices and the indentations that spelled out welcome in a language older than words. And as I wrote, I felt the room begin to expand again, growing larger to accommodate whatever was coming next, whoever would be called to sit at this desk and feel that first subtle tremor beneath their fingertips. The cycle was complete, but it was also just beginning. An endless spiral of invitation and transformation that would continue long after my individual consciousness had dissolved into something larger and more beautiful than I could have imagined. The drawer sighed its familiar sigh, and somewhere in the distance, I heard footsteps approaching. Story 10. The clock face stares back at me with numbers that don't belong there. Symbols I've never seen before, carved into brass that should be familiar. My handwriting looks different on this page, shakier. When did I start writing in blue ink instead of black? Fragment 1 asterisk. The coffee cup beside me is still warm, but I don't remember making coffee. Steam rises in thin spirals that seem to form shapes before dissolving. The liquid inside is darker than usual, almost burgundy in the morning light, filtering through curtains. I don't recall closing. Fragment 2 asterisk. There's a word scratched into the wooden surface of my desk. Light marks, barely visible unless you angle your head just right. It looks like underneath, but the letters blur when I focus too hard. My fingernail fits perfectly into the grooves, as if I carved them myself. Fragment 3 asterisk. The room feels smaller today. Not physically, but the air itself seems compressed, thick like breathing through wet fabric. I keep glancing at the corners where shadows gather despite the overhead light being on. The bulb hums a frequency that makes my teeth ache. Fragment 4 asterisk. Found 3 pages torn from this journal scattered under my bed. The handwriting is mine, but I don't remember writing about the basement. We don't have a basement. The paper smells like earth and something else. Something organic and sweet like flowers left too long in water. Fragment 5 asterisk. The word underneath appears again, this time written in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. My reflection looks tired, older somehow. There are faint marks on my forearms that could be scratches or could be shadows. I can't tell anymore. Fragment 6 asterisk. Sleep came in fragments. I dreamed of descending stairs that creaked with each step, leading down into spaces that shouldn't exist beneath my house. The air grew thicker as I went deeper. I woke with dirt under my fingernails and the taste of copper in my mouth. Fragment 7 asterisk. The floorboards in the hallway sound hollow when I walk across them. A resonance that suggests empty space below. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard something that might have been breathing. Slow, rhythmic, like someone sleeping just beneath my feet. Fragment 8 asterisk. My neighbor stopped by to return a book I don't remember lending. She kept glancing past me into the house, her expression puzzled. She asked if I was doing construction work, said she'd been hearing sounds. Digging. I told her no, but my voice sounded strange even to me. Fragment 9 asterisk. The word appears everywhere now. Carved into the soap bar in my shower. Traced in dust on the windowsill. Written backwards in the fog my breath makes on cold glass. Underneath, like a prayer or a warning, I can't stop repeating. Fragment 10 asterisk. There's a draft coming from somewhere in the living room. Cold air that carries the scent of deep earth and old roots. I've checked every window, every door, but the source remains hidden. The draft grows stronger near the center of the room, by the carpet that's been there since I moved in. Fragment 11 asterisk. Pulled back the carpet today. The floorboards underneath are different. Older wood that doesn't match the rest of the house. One board is loose, warped, as if it's been wet. When I pressed down on it, I felt it give slightly, like stepping on soft ground after rain. Fragment 12 asterisk. The loose board lifts easily now. Beneath it is darkness that my flashlight can't penetrate. The beam seems to get swallowed by whatever lies below. The smell rises stronger here, earth and decay, and something that makes my stomach turn. But I can't stop looking down into that space. Fragment 13 asterisk. My hands move without my permission, writing words I don't consciously choose. Underneath fills page after page in handwriting that shifts and changes. Sometimes the letters are cramped and urgent, sometimes flowing like water. The pen feels warm in my fingers, almost alive. Fragment 14 asterisk. The opening is wider now. I don't remember making it larger, but my tools are scattered around the hole, dirt clinging to the metal. My clothes are filthy, though I don't recall working. There are stairs leading down, rough wooden steps that disappear into blackness. Fragment 15 asterisk. The air below calls to me with whispers I feel more than hear. Vibrations that travel up through the floorboards and into my bones. I stand at the edge and feel the pull, the invitation to descend. My feet know the way, even though I've never been down there before. Fragment 16 asterisk. Underneath, underneath, underneath. The word has lost all meaning except as a direction, a destination. My reflection in the dark water at the bottom of the stairs shows someone I don't recognize. Eyes too bright, smile too wide. But the face feels right somehow, like coming home. Fragment 17 asterisk. I am writing this from below now. The journal rests on earth that shifts and breathes beneath my hands. The roots that grow through these walls pulse with their own rhythm. I understand now why the word kept calling. Some places exist in the spaces between spaces, and some of us are meant to find them. The ink runs red on this final page.